Good evening, and it's time for Weekend Lego.
Good evening.
This will be my first Lego build for October 2025. Obviously, we've done a lot of Lego on the stream this year as a whole, but this will be the first one for this month. I I ended up taking a little bit of another unexpected break this week. I wasn't um, last weekend. I forget what happened last weekend, and then this week was a major Jewish holiday, the holiest day of the year. So I couldn't really get a stream in. But here we are. We're going to do one of our big weekend builds. Today I got something really special, so let's go over the camera and I'll talk about it. So you can see this is a big giant box. You can kind of see the size of the box in comparison to the portion of my body that's visible on screen. You can see how big this box is. So I couldn't really get a good camera view on the box itself. But this is the Minifigure Vending Machine. This came out at the beginning of the summer, but was on back order for most of the summer. And I finally got it, but I had other Star Wars streams in front of it in the queue. So here we are with this set tonight. This set is it's based on the old gumball and little capsule toy machines that you used to see the at the doors of supermarkets and places like that. So the idea is there's an disassembled minifigure in these balls in the machine, and then you insert this fake Lego coin, and it allows you to randomly dispense one of the balls, and then you can open it up and see the and retrieve the character inside. Now, for the actual minifigures for this set, they've done a bunch of retro inspired minifigures representing 5 vintage Lego themes from the 90s. And they've also have two figures representing Lego designers. But because I like to show off the minifigures as they come out in the instructions, I'm not going to I'm not going to be using the actual minifigures from the set for the vending machine. Instead, I have here the new Spiderverse CMF set. There's 12 of these Spider-Man variants in here. And each time we get one of the figures in the instructions that we're supposed to put into one of the balls, we're going to open up one of these Spider-Verse packets and put the Spider-Verse characters inside the capsule instead. And then we'll talk about each character as they get revealed in the instructions, and then the Spider-Verse characters we'll talk about when we put them together. At the end of the build, we'll play the machine and we'll look at all the Spider-Verse characters. The CMF bases, they probably won't fit in the balls, so I'll just set those aside. And one of the characters comes with a little horse figure. That probably won't fit in the ball. I'll set that aside if I have to. Um, it looks like the capsules are clear half and then one half that's either yellow or blue. Um, Also, with the Spider Verse set being only 12 characters and the minifigure set being 16 characters, there's gonna be 4 extra balls. So I think the first 4 balls I'm gonna make empty and just set them aside and not use them, and then the remaining 12 balls each time one of the characters comes up, we'll put in one of the Spider Verse figures, and then we'll look at all the Spider Verse characters at the end. I've talked a lot, so let's start getting into this box. Okay, the back of the box. There's not too much to show here. It shows how you have to insert the coin to make the minifigure work, so to make the dispenser work. You can see a couple of the minifigures out front here. Um, there's astronauts in here. There's knights, and there's a couple of other cool figures in here. And over here on the top of the box, you can see the spread of minifigures that's going to be in this set. That's all 16 of them. You can see they represent a number of retro themes there. All right. This box is big, so I want to just get right into it. And this box is big enough that it doesn't have push tabs. So I'm pulling out my scissors so we can get into this thing. Alright, I'm trying to cut the tape, but this is a big box at an awkward angle, so I'm not doing so well here. Alright, that's one piece of tape cut. So we'll talk about each minifigure as it gets revealed, except the Spiderverse ones. We'll talk about those at the end as we actually build them, because the characters are meant to be put into the capsules disassembled. I'm not sure if the capsules are big enough to even hold assembled minifigures. So I did look on Google to figure out how many. You know what? Let me just dump out all the bags back here on my off-camera surface, the bed here. Let me just dump everything out over here. I know that's 11 numbered bags plus one unnumbered bag with bigger pieces. Alright. That's a big box. Wow. Okay. Give me a few moments to get everything organized. And meanwhile, you can just take a look. Big, thick instruction manual here. You know what we do with this, but we'll do that in a few moments. Right now, I have to get organized. So there's supposed to be 11 numbered bags. And also, this set has a lot of Technic on the inside. So there will be large chunks of the stream where I'm going to stop talking so I can focus on what I'm doing. I'm not the best at Technic, and if the mechanism is even one stud off, the whole set is going to not work. So alright, bag one, I'll go ahead and pull out. And as you can see, there is a separator in here. So we have a separator for this set. And the set also came with these two white paper packets here that have additional pieces in them. So let me just, because they're not clear plastic like these additional parts baggies usually are, I'm going to open them up just to see what parts they are so that I can get them out when they're called for in the instructions. Okay. Alright, so I see what's going on here. These are some of the transparent casing pieces that we're going to use for the body. And I'm assuming that the other baggie is more of the same. Yeah, there's 8 of these panels total. So we'll pull those out when the instructions call for them. Meanwhile, I also have my Spiderverse figures ready to go. We have bag one in front of us. We'll set aside the instructions because we have, of course, our on-screen instructions. Oh, wait, let me just make sure the audio is working real quick. Yeah, we're good to go. Oh, it's doing the screenception thing with infinite repeating screens. That's always fun to watch. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get our instructions up. You can see I'm doing it like I did on the Falcon. I have the extra table because this is such a big set. So we'll figure out the workflow as we go. Which table makes sense for doing what. Alright, so here's our instructions. We have bag one in front of us ready to go. Here's a page that talks about the fan designer of the set. He's one of the minifigures actually included in the set. There's him, and then there's another designer figure that represents one of the Lego team designers. And there is, again, the minifigure lineup. All right, so there's 5 vintage Lego themes represented in the set. We're going to see Castle, Space, Pirates, Fabuland, and Paradisa. We'll talk a bit about each one as they come up. And there's our separator instructions page, and it also shows us how to open up the balls. So it looks like we build each ball with 2 Technic axles, a clear half, and a colored half. So yeah, so bag 1 is going to start with our first capsule. And our first 4 capsules I'm going to set aside empty. Just because there's 4 less Spiderverse figures than there are figures in the set. And then the 5th capsule, we're going to start assembling the Spiderverse capsules. The empty ones we're not going to put in the machine at the end. We're just going to spin the machine 12 times instead of 16. So this shows how you're supposed to insert the character disassembled. So first, let's build our little empty pod here. Wow. I need to find the other axle real quick. And then we can put together our first character for the set, who is fan designer. I think his name is Rob. So this is what the little minifigure ball looks like. Empty, but closed up. And this shows how you're supposed to use the tile end of the brick separator to pry it open and get out the goodies inside. So let's just practice that real quick one time. And then we won't need that again until the end of stream. But let's see how to... Yeah, it showed it going in on the crack there, so... Yeah, you just put... Yeah. So that was behind the instructions, so sorry about that. You take the tile end of the separator, that's this flatter end here. You just gently nudge it between the 2 halves of the ball like this, and it pops right open. And then you just pull the top off, and it comes off the axles, and you can get at the character parts inside. I'm going to set this aside because we don't need it. Yet, at least. Well, we're not going to need that one. It's empty. And this shows how to put together fan designer Rob. And also his little... he has a little accessory where he has a miniature vending machine to put in his offhand. So, let's get him put together real quick. I think because of the non-standard camera angles for these bigger sets, I'll do it the same way I did with the Falcon last week, where they're actually going to line up on the front edge of the back table here. Let's see, he has a smiley face and a big smiley face. Given that he's a fan designer who had his set published by Lego as an actual set, I'm giving him the big cheesy smile. Alright, hairpiece is on. Let me get his accessories out. And then I have to put together his little machine here. So there's Rob, the fan designer. I'm about to give him his accessories. So he has a little coin. And he also has a miniaturized version of the vending machine. Let me get that together for him before we continue here. So here's the little miniaturized version of the vending machine that he holds. And we'll give it to him, and then we'll start with the actual build. So this is from Lego Ideas. Ideas is a series where fans can create their own ideas for sets, and if they get enough votes, Lego might make it as an actual set. So this is the fan designer Rob, who designed the original concept that became the set. He's holding a miniaturized version of the vending machine and a coin to use it. And I'm sorry again about the camera not focusing. I still haven't been able to fix the other camera. So we're going to set him here on this table. And he can watch the build. And actually, I don't want that table quite so close to me, so we will probably have to do 2 rows of 8. Yeah, that side of the table is not long enough to do 16 characters. Alright. So now we start with the build itself. And this build is going to have a lot of Technic for the internal mechanisms. It's a very complex thing, so there will probably be long stretches where I stop talking so I can focus on what I'm doing. I'm trying to make sure everything lines up properly. Okay, yeah. This one will go on this side here. Actually, if I'm building on the machine here, then starting with the next bag, I'll probably do the parts piles over here for sub-assemblies. Yeah, let's do it that way. So I need to be able to operate, so I need space to spread out and do the stuff. So we'll do the parts pile on this table, starting with the next bag. But because the stuff's already dumped for this bag, I'm going to have to press through the way we're already going. So it looks like this first bag is just going to be framing up for the base. It doesn't look like there's any actual Technic in here. I think bag 2 is where we're going to start building up the Technic core. Okay, that one goes there. And then this one goes here. And we need this tile. And then this tile here. Okay. Our little base is coming along now. So it looks like we're tiling up the bottom to make it smooth so it doesn't interfere with the mechanism, but but putting stud attachments for where the mechanism is going to connect. I'm guessing at least. And then we get 2 more of these little corner sections. Okay. All right. I need to make sure everything's lining up properly. That's why I stopped talking so I can focus on what I'm doing here. trying to make sure it all lined up properly, and I think it did. Yeah, looks like I put that on correctly, so let's keep going. So yeah, looks like we're basically doing framing and then some attachment points for the internal mechanisms that we're going to start building soon. And now we have to make our first little assembly here. So I'll bring the action back to the front table now. But because the instructions are on the opposite side from where I'm used to having them, it might be a little awkward and I might go behind the instructions out of habit. But I'll do my best to keep my hands where the camera can see them. Okay. And then I need one more. And then I can put these on. Cool thing about this set, there's no sticker sheet. Then we line up these tiles with the other tiles, and this little attachment for section for the front. This is where the balls are going to drop out of. This is the little receiving tray. We're almost done with the first bag here. Then we just gotta put these plates on around the edges. And just like that, it's time for bag 2. And bag 2 is going to give us 2 more characters, who we're going to talk about as they come out. Here's what the base section looks like before we start putting any of the complex internal workings in. So bag 2 is going to continue with empty capsules because we are going to start putting the Spiderverse figures in at capsule 5. Yeah, I did say we were going to do the parts pile on this side now. And I just yeeted one of the minifigures heads completely off my table. So give me a moment to go retrieve that before we get started with this group. Now it went in this general direction. And given that it's a head and round, it probably rolled under something. Found it. That could have been a big disaster, given that minifigure heads like to roll when they hit the floor. So we'll start this. We'll start this pile by putting together our two empty capsules. And fan designer Rob is going to start to have some friends now. So here's what the blue capsule looks like. I'm not going to demonstrate opening it up again because we don't need to do that. So it looks like the first character of the 2 characters in this bag is going to be our first astronaut. This set contains 4 spacemen, 2 each in 2 new colors, which are gold and turquoise. And there's two of each of the new colors of astronauts in this set. It looks like we're starting off with one of the turquoise ones, and he'll be given a wrench as his accessory. The spacemen, collecting the spacemen colors is one of the things that a lot of Lego collectors like to do. I personally have a white, pink, yellow, and I have Benny. He's a very specific blue one, but he's got a few distinct design differences from the classic blue spaceman. So I don't count him as I don't count him as part of my color collection. Oh, and I have a brown one also. Blue, white, yellow, pink, brown, and now I'm adding turquoise and gold. And all the classic spacemen have the same traditional, original smiley face that minifigures from the 80s had. And he gets a wrench. They're up to about 12 or 13 different colors for the classic spaceman now. And the space babies come in blue, white, pink, and I'm not sure if there's an actual red one yet, but the upscaled space baby statue set is a red one. So he's like my speed champions drivers in that he gets a wrench. But here's our first of two turquoise astronauts, and we'll be getting four total astronauts. Wrench is his accessory. We'll set him down here with to sit with Rob. And the next page. Okay, this is an interesting character. Let me get her put together. So one of the classic themes represented in this set is pirates. And in the days of the old pirates, there were, in addition to the pirate faction, they also had the Armada faction. And this figure appears to be a callback to the Armada side of pirates. Confident Smile or Winky Smile? I'm going to go Confident Smile for this one. So, I read somewhere that this character is supposed to represent the Admiral's daughter, who apparently, in the post-retirement years of the Admiral, became the new Admiral. And she gets a little 18th century pistol. And her other accessory is one of the map tiles that we used to see in Pirates, Adventurers, and other old adventure-focused themes like that. So we need to find her little map tile. And it looks like one of the classic tiles. I don't know. It's not going to focus too much, but there's a skull and the compass. You can see a little pirate ship on the top left. This is one of the old map tiles. So let's... Before I give it to her, let me show you the figure, because I realized I haven't done that. So she's wearing the neck piece that the admirals used to wear in the Armada faction. Got this little 17th century pistol there. I like this figure. This is a pretty figure. And we'll have her holding the map. Third yeeting, and we're not even 2 bags in yet. I'm really not doing well today, am I? In terms of yeeting. Alright, there's the map piece. Let me nudge it to where I can reach it to pick it up. And then we can... We'll sit... We'll sit our little... We'll put her down with the characters. And then we can proceed with... So we have fan designer Rob, we have an astronaut, and we have the Admiral's daughter so far. So we're going to see 13 more characters out of this set before we're done. Let me make sure I gave these characters everything they need. All right, we're good to go. So it looks like there's not actually any Technic in this bag either. So it looks like we're going to continue building on the base, starting with these corner shell bits. So yeah, we're not starting with the mechanism yet in this bag. We're just going to keep building on the base section here. Starting with these 4 corner bits. So we've seen Classic Space. We've seen our first taste of Classic Pirates. There's also a regular pirate in here from the actual pirate faction from Pirates. So we got both sides of the conflict in the Pirates faction represented in the set. But the actual pirate, I'm not sure which bag he's in, which bag he's coming out to meet us. All right, we'll be on this step for a little while because I have 28 of these pieces to put on. I have a feeling bag 2 is going to be pretty quick. Yeah, this one step with its 28 pieces just took down a large part, a large chunk of the bulk of bag 2's parts pile. We're not going to be on bag 2 very long. I keep dropping pieces tonight. And the pieces that I keep dropping, the ones that keep rolling, fortunately, are going to be let go of now because they're part of the step. And then we need some more of another layer of corner pieces here. And I think we're going to take our first little break after this bag because I need a drink. I'm really thirsty. And I need to stretch. Health wasn't the best this week, but I did the best I could, and I wanted to do the set, so here we are. So if I need a little bit more breaks than usual tonight, it's not a huge deal. Health first. Okay, that's how they're supposed to line up. So yeah, we don't have any more of those rolly pieces that are gonna roll onto the floor, at least for this bag. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of those in the remaining bags. Yeah, we're already almost done with bag 2, which is a good thing. It means bag 2 was efficient. Okay. All right, we need these bits. Yeah, it looks like this is already the last step of bag 2. We're at just under the 1 hour mark of stream, so I'm working a bit slower than I was on the Falcon, but that's okay. Like I said, haven't been doing the best health-wise this week. I have a feeling the next bag is where we're going to start to see the Technic mechanism, because we've got quite a bit of the base shaping going on here now. Yep, and here bag 3. And bag 3 is just going to give us one character who's going to be our first knight. And I'll talk about Castle when I get back from my little break here. Alright, let's turn the instructions off so we can go on break. And I'm going to, here's what we have so far. Just a little bit of base. You can see there's some attachments for some mechanism. And we haven't gotten into the main body yet. But you can see we've smoothed off the bottom of the base where we're going to start building up the casing. And you know what? Since we're going on break, we can move our 3 characters closer to the camera. And you can see them just a little bit better for a few minutes while I walk away on break. I'll be back in a few moments. And then we will continue with bag 3. Well, I forgot to turn the microphone off for that break. Sorry if you heard anything um, that you should not have heard. All right, audio's working, so let's get going with bag 3. I do apologize with this table pushed, the back table pushed out of the way. You could see the whole lineup of mess on the bed, which is parts lined up for the rest of tonight's build. It's good to be organized. It's good to stack your bags before you start. Anyway, let's pull the instructions back up before I forget. So bag 3 is going to start with our first castle figure. Okay, I still don't see any Technic going on in this parts pile. So it looks like we're still building up the bottom, the base section. But with bag 3, we get our 4th character. And having our 4th character means we're getting our 4th of the balls, which means this is the last one that we have to put together empty. Starting with the next ball, we're going to start putting the Spiderverse figures in, because this is our last of the extra ones. Because remember, 12 Spiderverse figures, 16 balls in the vending machine. So the 4 empties we're not going to put in to the machine when we play it at the end. So there's our last empty ball. And actually, LEGO announced that they're starting a new Pokemon theme next year. And I'm sure they're going to use some of these ball pieces for the Pokeballs. I mean, look at it. Except for the color scheme, it looks just like a Pokeball. I'm sure they're going to be using some of these ball pieces for that. Alright, let's put the knight together. Let me get his parts out, because it looks like there's a bunch of little parts. So, Lego Castle is one of the big original Lego play themes. And you know what? With most of the action here, I'll let the characters stay in the front for now. But if they start to get in the way, then I will need to move them back to the back table. That's an interesting weapon choice for this guy. Alright. Let me put the figure together. So, to honor Lego Castle for the vending machine, Lego has created 2 new knight factions, the Griffins and the Krakens. And this first knight of the 4, we get 2 of each. And this first knight that we're getting of the 4 is the first of the 2 Kraken Knights. And the Kraken Knights have this interesting face mask piece that I'm trying to line up. I think this face mask piece was first used in Ninjago. And now it's a face mask for the Kraken Knight. And it goes right up into his helmet. So this is what the knight looks like without his accessories. Face mask and helmet. And Now we have to give him his weapon and his shield. His weapon is a whip, which is an interesting choice. And his shield. And I really like the Kraken Knight shield. This thing's pretty. I mean, it's spooky in a way, because Krakens are supposed to be scary, but this is gonna make a nice addition to my portfolio of Lego shield pieces. Look at that. Very nice knight figure there. Kraken Knight armed with a whip. And this particular Kraken Knight actually sports an eye patch under his helmet as well. Okay, let's get on with building bag 3. Okay, one more of those. So yeah, we're not starting the mechanisms yet. This bag is some more of the base structure. Alright, let's make sure I'm doing this correctly. It goes on that corner. There's clips here, so this might be the beginnings of a bit of the mechanism. But we haven't gotten into all the big Technic assemblies yet. Alright, where's the other tile? I've looked under pieces and I'm not seeing the other tile I'm supposed to have here. Did it get left behind in the bag? No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, well, let's continue on, and hopefully the other tile will reveal its location to us. And as we let piece... there, I found it. Just as I was about to give up, it appeared behind other pieces. And then we have these elements here on the clips. Okay, so this isn't part of the mechanism. This is to hold this into a certain orientation, it looks like, against the base here. Yeah, this is part of the ramp. Oh, and I see how this goes. So these bits line up with these down here. Like that. So that's part of the ramp right there that we just built. So I was right about exposed studs in the base area being attachment points for various parts of the mechanism. So it looks like this, with this bag, we're building up the internal ramp, the non-technical part of the ramp. All right, so it looks like we're building another section of the ramp here. So here's what this section looks like. And this goes, how does this line up? Oh, it goes all the way up to the, all right, so yeah, this lines up over here like this. So now inside the base, we have a big ramp section going down. Okay, this goes here. So now we're building up a cylindrical section. Um, so it looks like we're doing some of the non-technical parts of the mechanism now. The internal structure that the working parts are going to eventually attach to. And this column goes in the middle here. Next to the ramp like this. So that's where the cylinder goes, there next to the ramp. And here's an internal wall, probably to cut off the ramp from being able to dislodge the balls into places they're not supposed to go. Let's see, does that... Okay, so this step we're going to have our first little bit of Technic. In addition to these two regular bricks on the corners here. Okay, so we get this piece, and then we get an axle. And a little stopper. And this, I don't know what this all is, but it looks like it's our first little piece of the Technic mechanism. It does look like a paddle or flipper of some sort, but it doesn't turn or anything, so I'm not really sure what it is yet. You know what? When I finish this step, I'm going to make the instructions smaller because it's cutting off a chunk of the main table here. Alright, let's make the instructions a little bit smaller so we can see more of the table here. Let's get to the corner. That should suffice for what we need. My mouse has been acting up recently. That might be a little too small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Maybe another pixel or two. Okay, that's good as it's gonna be. Now you can see a little bit more of the table. Let's keep going. And now it's time for another little assembly. Interesting. So we're breaking symmetry a little bit. Okay, this is the section we just built. And this goes over the front like this. So this is where the balls are going to come out. So eventually there will be a machine here, and then it will the Technic mechanism will drop the ball onto this ramp, and it will roll out into the tray like that. And with that, bag 3 is done. Bag 4 is going to give us our second space. We're going to get 2 characters in bag 4. So, which means we're going to make our first two Spiderverse capsules. We're not going to try and figure out who all the Spider-Verse people are as we prepare the capsules. That's at the end. When we play the machine, that's when we'll talk about the Spider-Verse characters. Let me put the little axles in these bottom halves first. And then I'll get out the Spider-Verse packets. Oh, this is cool. Wait. The pictures aren't matched. Oh, okay. I was confused about which character got that accessory. Okay. So we have the axles into the capsule bits. Let me pull out two Spider-Verse packets so we can prepare our first two actual character capsules here. And the first capsule we're opening actually contains one of these packets, which means capes or other fabric pieces. So this I'm going to have to set aside. I don't think I can put this in the capsule without ruining it. Well, actually, it's kind of small. I should be able to get away with it. And as always with the CMFs, we're going to keep one little packet so I can do any assemblies that need to be done later. And this is the one who came with the spider horse. I'm not sure if that's going to fit. I'm not even going to try with the base plates. But that's cool. We get the CMF stand in transparent orange for the Spider-Verse series. I'm just going to set all 12 of the base plates aside. Yeah, there's no way the horse is going to fit, so I'm going to set the horse aside as well. And now I'm going to put the rest of the figure into the capsule unassembled. And can I make it with a cape? Probably. Yeah, if I carefully line the cape around the edge of the capsule. And now if I carefully take the top half of the capsule and line it up. This is, in terms of number of pieces and type of pieces, this is probably the most complicated of the Spider-Verse ones. So yeah, we have our first loaded capsule. Let me stick this into... And it's also the one that the horse goes with, but the horse didn't fit, so... We have one more Spider-Verse packet here for the other capsule in this bag. So let me go ahead and put that capsule together. Set the base aside. looks like this one has 3 spare bits that I need to move to the spare bits bucket. And we have our second loaded capsule. There will be 10 more of these for the Spiderverse figures. Now we can move on to the actual minifigures in this bag. So we're going to have the gold spaceman in this bag. Well, the first of the 2. We get 2 copies of each of the spaceman and 2 of each of the new night factions. Classic Spiley for the spaceman, and then we get his helmet. And his helmet has a piece stuck inside. It arrived with a piece stuck inside. Well, that piece is really wedged in there. And there's no surfaces on the separator small enough to get in there. All right, it came out. Good, we got it out. Okay. So here's the gold spaceman. And he's going to get what looks like a blaster. Simple 2-piece blaster or light tool. I'm not sure what it's technically supposed to be. But there he is with his weapon or tool. And here we have okay. Here we have Paradisa. Before Lego Friends, there were 3 previous attempts to market Lego to girls. One called Scala in the 80s. I think that was the 80s. Belleville in the 90s. And Paradisa also around the 90s. Paradisa was like a beach town. And so it was like the city sets, except everything was kind of beach themed, kind of a touristy town. So let's see, we have a regular Smiley or Smiley with sunglasses. Paradisa is a beach town, so I'm gonna pick the sunglass side for. And we're gonna have 2 Paradisa characters in this set. This one is the girl. And actually, okay, so the back, there's actually a print on the back of the torso with the number of 92 in Paradisa's classic pastel color scheme. So that tells me that Paradisa came out in 92. It was around for a few years. And she's going to get a camera. So, so those are the mini. Yeah. So the camera. Let me just put this camera together real quick. And she also gets a parrot. When I learned that this set had a parrot in it, I assumed that the parrot would be with a pirate character, but we haven't met our pirate yet, so. Alright, there's the camera. Let's see if I can get her to put the parrot in the other hand so that I can show you the parrot. Yeah, it kind of works. So there's the parrot. Now let's put her in the sitting position to sit with her friends here. So we have revealed our first bits of Castle, Pirate, Space, and Paradisa. So there's one more retro theme that we'll be talking about later. And that's the characters for Bag 4. Let's get on with the build. And I'm starting to see a little bit of Technic, but I also see a lot of regular pieces. So I think this is where we're going to start to bridge the gap between... this is where we're going to start to incorporate some of the framing for the mechanisms, I think. I think I see. So this little slot on the side, I think, is where the coin is going to drop for use. Maybe. You see over here, the slot coming out of this side? That's probably where the coin drops out. I went behind the instructions. Sorry about that. That's something that's probably going to happen a lot before the stream is done, especially as this unit gets taller. So we have a 2x build here, but it looks like this is just one page, so... Okay, I need one more of those. So yeah, we're building in some of the internal structure now. Okay, so now we're creating a second layer of internal flooring. This is probably going to be for the ball chamber. Actually, this is probably going to be where the mechanism goes. And then the ball chamber is going to sit on top of that, I think. But yeah, we're moving into a new section of the interior now. I have this one positioned incorrectly. It's supposed to start here. And then I can put this in and everything lines up with the picture. Okay? So we're continuing to build up the central cylinder here. Even without the mechanisms being started yet, you can already see how complex it is inside in order to facilitate the functions. So yeah, we're tiling up the second layer of flooring now. So yeah, we're basically making the inside surface smooth for operations of the function in the ball drop. Okay, that's all in. So let's go on to the next page. Actually, let's do the rest of this first because that'll be placement finders for me. So let's do these other pieces first. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot two of these. And a little bit of Technic axling going on here. Looks like this is our little spinner piece here. Somehow the mechanism is going to connect to this and allow this to turn. And this is what's going to push the balls down into the ramp. Right now it's just a loose spinning gear. You can see it's not even fully connected to anything yet. Bag 5. Bag 5 is a single character bag, so let's... And we're going to see our second night, and this will be our first of the Griffin nights. And since we have a character, we also have a Spiderverse packet to put in the capsule. So let's get the little axles into the capsule first, so that we can safely put the character pieces in. And it just flew out of my hands and knocked another piece onto the floor. So let me recover that piece. Oh, it's another one of those spinner pieces. I think we're going to start to see the structure really come together, and we'll be able to start to figure out how stuff works. In either this bag or the next bag, we'll start to see pieces of the machine. Wow, I decimated that box. So let's set this stand aside. Let me... Wow, this one's got a wild hair piece. That might be too big for the capsule. Oh, there's two choices of hairpiece here. Shoot. Okay. I may have to take, yeah. Let's take the guitar out and put the guitar with the horse. I'm sure creatively I can get the guitar to go, but I don't want to take chances. Wow. Even with the guitar taken out, I'm having a hell of a time trying to get this to close. Let's try rearranging the pieces a little bit. Let's put the standard minifigure pieces in first before the accessories. Does it work like this? Yep. All right, and with the guitar set aside, I'll just have to remember it goes with that character. Okay. Now we got to build the knight here. Alright, he's a fairly straightforward build, so shouldn't be too difficult here. What fell? Something big and loud just fell. Excuse me a moment. I didn't see anything go off, so I didn't see anything go off the table. So I really don't know what fell. Since I didn't see anything in my field of view go off, that may not have, and it was really loud, that may not have been a Lego. Let's hope. He's got a basic sword and shield. And let me go ahead and give him a shield, even though I didn't show you. The torso is just a plain chainmail. You need the shield to know that he's part of the Griffin Knights faction. So let me find the shield in my parts pile here. And the shield is actually a new shape of shield that they just introduced for the Zelda set last year. So it's cool that that the shield isn't license locked and they're able to use the general shape for other characters. That's a really cool looking shield piece too. Both of the shields introduced in the set are really cool. There's the Griffin Knight. You can see his outfit is plain chainmail without any identifiers. And you can see the Griffin shield there in that really cool shape. And a basic sword. Since Rob is the designer of the set, I'm trying to keep him towards the middle of the pack in the figure lineup. Alright. Oh, bag 5 is going to start with this big assembly. And this looks like it's going to be the part of the core mechanism here. So, I may not talk a lot during this bag because Technic, you need to get right the first try or you're going to be in trouble. Technic is complex, and I'm not the best at, and I'm already putting this piece on in the incorrect orientation. Alright, yeah, I'm going to focus right now on what I'm doing because Technic can be difficult to work with. And this set has a complex mechanism for the ball drop. I'm guessing that this mechanism is going to be, this big chunk we're building now is going to be the core of the functionality for the set. That's my prediction. Yeah, you can see from the pictures. You can see from the pictures just how complex and weird and random this Technic assembly is starting to become now. So I really need to focus on what I'm doing here. Conversation will start up again on the next bag, hopefully. Holy jeez. Okay, this next step is going to be a major sub-assembly on the assembly. More than likely, I'm gonna need a drink break after this, but we'll see. This is insanity when it comes. I don't think I've had Technic as part of my sets before, but I don't think I've had anything quite on this level. Okay, so this all goes in like this. Yeah. Okay, here's our assembly so far. And you can see just how complex and weird it's getting. And then we have this blue gear. And then one of these spacer pieces. And it says we're supposed to have. Oh, it's. Yeah, I was looking for the wrong color. That's why I wasn't seeing it. Okay, this assembly attaches to this assembly somehow. Alright, so the gear goes in the middle like this, and then the rest of this assembly connects on like. But it's supposed to line up, and so I don't have that positioned correctly. Do I? Maybe. Well, it seems to go in. I hope I have that lined up correctly. And now we're going to get another one of those spinner pieces in front of this brick here. Okay, now we got another big assembly to do. Here, I'll put this up front so you can see how it's developing, how complex this is getting. Okay, that's almost secured. It's being a little tight and stubborn to push through all the way, though. There we go. It's pushed in all the way. That little assembly is never coming undone at this point. That's how tight it was. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm trying to see how the picture lines up because it's. Oh, wait. I connected this in the incorrect orientation. Let's see if I can push that stubborn axle pin piece out now so I can fix it. Given how tough it was to push through the first time, I have a feeling that this is a recipe for a disaster here. Yeah, it's not budging. I'm seeing if I can get some leverage to pull the pin up, but it doesn't want to respond. And it's not pushing through from the other side either. That's how tight this piece was. You saw how much trouble I had pushing it. Alright, it's coming out now. Okay, so we actually want to have it oriented like this. At an angle, not straight like I had it. So I'll just get everything lined up so that the holes line up and I can push the pin through in the correct orientation this time. And now I can put these bits back in and we'll be good to go. Yeah, that was a little bit unpleasant. Now you know why I often stop talking when Technic comes along. So that goes in there like this. And now everything's in correctly. So now we're just smoothing off the end bits of all these various axles. And it looks like this whole Technic assembly, as complicated as it looks, only actually has, as far as I can tell, one moving part, which is this axle in the middle with a spinner on the end. That bit there. And now we go into another assembly. Wow, we're almost at the 2.5 hour mark. I'm definitely pacing a bit slower than I usually do. But again, this is kind of a complex set. So it looks like what we're building now is a bit of framing for the Technic assembly we just built to go inside of. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be part of the drop mechanism and the coin mechanism. Because I can tell from the shape, this is going to go into the front end. This is going to probably go up here where the ball drop and coin slot is. And the whole Technic assembly goes into that frame like that. And then we have this little spinner on front. So the spinner here, I think, is part of the coin function. And then we have one more little piece here that goes on the Technic inside. Interesting. And now we have another whole little assembly to put together. Interesting. Okay, now I know which piece fell and which piece is obviously not in my parts pile. I need to go look for this piece. It was a big drop. Could have scattered far. I don't see it down here. And since I didn't see it fall, I didn't see which way it went off. Excuse me a moment. I'm pushing everything around to see if it rolled under something. I see the piece. It totally rolled under the desk. All right, give me a few moments to get everything put back into position now that I've thoroughly ruined all the cameras. Let's see, the chair was here, so the table was about... Yeah. This needs to move a lot closer. All right, yeah. My camera froze. Hold on. All right, the camera is fixed. Let me try and get everything back in position. Camera was a little bit lower, I think. Camera did not have the back window in view. Sorry about this. I was not planning for a piece to fall. Under the desk. Oh. Camera's not where it was. Hold on. I had the cameras perfectly positioned. I had before stream. I had no anticipation that I would need to actually go under the desk. As long as we get as long as we get the corner of the desk out of the view, we should be okay. This is approximately where we were. It's not perfect, but it should be good enough to get the rest of the stream done. And since I did have to get up for that, I did stretch a bit, so I think we're good to move on to the next bag before we think about a break. And this, it shows going onto the axle in the front like this. Okay, so this section is the crank here, and this is what will push the balls into the ramp, it looks like. Instructions show to orient it. And it only turns one way. And then we put this brick on the axle like this. And then we put in the spacer. And the spacer should hold the brick upright with it if I push it in enough to put the friction there. Yeah, let's do bag 6 before we break, since I just did a big stretch. And then this whole unit drops into the front of the and then this spinner goes against the other spinner. So once everything is lined up and all these bits are jigsawed into place and everything is secure and attached, when we turn this mechanism, it turns the spinner in the middle there, see? And that's going to be what makes the balls drop into the ramp. Interesting. So the ramp starts here, and when this spins, it's going to push whatever ball is closest here into the ramp. There's also going to be a stopper on the mechanism so that it only works when a coin is inserted. Alright. Bag 6 is going to have 2 more characters. So let's get out 2 more Spiderverse packets. Ready to go. Oh, and I can see we're going to introduce the final of the 5 retro themes represented in the set. Let me get the parts out, and then we can make our Spiderverse capsules, and then we can talk about Fabuland. Oh, and I can see a Kraken Knight shield in this baggie. So we're going to get our second Kraken Knight as well. So this is the main chunk of the mechanism we just put in, but there's still going to be bits to make the uh, the coin drop work. Right now I'm just looking for those 4 little axles so I can assemble the the pods here. Okay, let's open up our Spider-Verse packet. We'll set aside this. We'll set aside the base. And we've learned main figure parts before the accessories. I'm not sure if this one's going to work because this one has 2 hair pieces. Well, 1 hair and 1 hood. It looks like it should be able to go if I balance things just right. Now if I just nudge that under, I got everything in. So here's another character pod ready to go. And now we have to prepare 1 more. And here's the base. There we go. It's ready to go. Now, according to one review I saw, some people have been able to get if you put together a minifigure and have them in a seated position and skip the accessories, you might be able to fit them inside. All right, let's start working on our next minifigure. This is going to be from Fabuland. Fabuland was the first of the animal-based themes. Now let me just look at the 2 heads here because yeah. So the Fabuland is now Fabuland was actual animal head figures. In this set's reinterpretation, they're costume headed. with a Fabuland outfit. Fabuland was the first theme with animal characters. Later on, there was Chima and Nintendo Animal Crossing, but Fabuland was the first. So in a way, we're kind of previewing the Animal Crossing series that we're going to do on the channel soon. It's not focusing, but the logo on the shirt says Fabuland, and he just holds a wrench for some reason. I do not know why. I don't know anything about Fabuland other than it was the first animal sets, and they came out, I think, in the 80s. And here we have our second of the two Kraken Knights. I'm trying to see from the picture. This one also gets the little face mask piece. Now this one actually has a female printed head, but you won't be able to see it under the helmet, so it's irrelevant. She does have a confident smirk, but that's completely covered up by the face mask. I think in terms of good guy factions versus bad guy factions, of which the Castle Knights factions are kind of split. I'm going to assume that the Krakens are meant to be the bad guy knights for this set, and the Griffin Knights are meant to be the good guy knights for the set. That's just my guess, though, given the theming. So yeah, you can't even tell it's a female face print once you add the mask and helmet. We've already seen a Kraken Knight, so I'll just show you this one after I get her armed up. Her weapon of choice is a cutlass style sword, or what some people call a saber. That's RE, not ER, which is that kind of curved sword that pirates used. Let's find the shield, and then we'll show you this knight and move on with the build. Since I didn't break after the last bag, I will probably break after this bag, but we'll see if I can power through. Technically, we've already passed the halfway point of the instructions, barely though. I think that's the most complex bit of the Technic in the whole set, so we should be fine from here. So here's the second Kraken Knight. You can see the saber, the shield. And I'm not going to worry about trying to seat pairs together at this point. I'm just going to put them on the ends of the lineup. And let's move everyone a little bit closer, because there has to be room for 7 more figures in this lineup. You know what? We'll switch their places because they're handedness. It's not perfectly centered, which is okay. Rob's not going to be the middle of the pack anymore after we add a few more figures. So now I come back to this build. It looks like we're building on the main unit again. not taking a break there, I'm starting to feel was probably a mistake because now I'm starting to feel really thirsty. But we've opened the parts bag, so too late now. But we're definitely going to be taking the next break after we finish this parts pile after this bag. All right, it still freely turns with that bit in, but we're getting closer to getting more of the mechanism built up now. Okay. Yeah, this may not be Technic, but I'm still kind of focused on what I'm doing here. I also really don't have too much to talk about. So yeah, Fabuland was the first of the animal themes. I think it was 80s maybe. Paradisa was one of the three early girl themes around the 90s, long before Friends became Lego's best-selling girl theme ever. I shouldn't say girl theme. I should say girl focused theme. There's some boys who like the Friend style. So it looks like we're doing another little section based on a Technic axle. And then we have a matching brick on this side, but that doesn't look like it connects to anything yet. So this is some kind of internal bit here. Maybe a stopper of some kind so that balls don't go onto the ramp until they are dropped. I'm really thirsty. So yeah, we will take a quick break after this bag. Okay, where is this going? Okay, so this goes into the mechanism here and becomes a stopper. Interesting. Okay, so you can't turn the mechanism anymore. Look at that. That little Technic bit we put in is stopping this from being turned completely. Interesting. But if you put a little pressure on it, I still don't know fully how it works. I shouldn't strain it because I don't want to break it. I have it lined up incorrectly. So if I line it up there, okay, we can still turn the thing, but I just snapped off a piece of regular Lego, so clearly. So this goes here. So yeah, you can still turn it freely, but it's going to become a stopper at some point. So yeah, we still don't know fully how the mechanism works. We're still building it up. Okay, so now we're shaping up the casing for the mechanism. Okay. All right, we need to do that, but in mirror for the other side. Okay, this is going well. I just don't have much to talk about right now. Okay, the mechanism is locked now. I can't turn anything anymore. I hope that just means it's waiting for the coin. Okay. So we're building up some more of the core structure now. The main the main storage area is what we appear to be building up now. Okay. There's still a lot of build left to go tonight. But yeah, we're going to need to take a break shortly. We're just hitting the 3-hour mark of stream now, so yeah, I knew this was going to be a big one tonight. And we're not even done when we finish the build, because we have to play the build and talk about Spiderverse at the end. I'd say we're about halfway done with the build at this point. When we finish the bag, will be around the halfway-ish point. So we're looking at a 6+ hour stream total. We're definitely going to go past midnight. Okay, it looks like we're building some more funky stuff going on here. And we got to build 2 of these stacks. Okay, and now I need to do that again. So yeah, we're gonna have 7 more figures revealed, 7 more characters for this set, which means we're gonna have. And I just yeeted another piece off the table. Actually, no, not off the table. That one was in my hands, connected to the assembly, but it wasn't pushed in all the way and fell off and dropped right out of my hands as I was working around it. Okay, we need one more of those. It's already pretty heavy. And now it's assembly time. But it looks like this assembly might be the last bit of the bag. Interesting. So this goes here. Around the Technic assembly. And holding it into place. So yeah, it's just about break time. We have a couple pieces left here. Wow, extra sword. We'll put that in the spare bits bowl. It won't come up again for tonight, I don't think. So, and with this, bag 6 is done. And we're going to take another short break. And this is what we have so far as viewed from the front. You can see the beginnings of some mechanism area going on here. You can see the drop area. And the internals no longer turn at all, which means whatever lock is in place to prevent it from going without a coin is now in place. I wonder if I can trick it. If I put this in here, no, it's not detecting a coin inserted into the slot, so yeah, we're not there yet. It's not going to, because the mechanism is now locked up, we can only pray that everything has been assembled correctly so far. Until whichever bag it decides to give us the coin in, then we can start testing things again and pray that it works. And here's what we have in balls so far. 4 of these are empty. The rest of these have characters in them. There's going to be 7 more added. But for now, we have to go on a little break. And when we come back from break, it'll be time for bag 7. Bag 7 just has the 1 character. Alright, I'll see you in a few. Never underestimate the importance of a good bio break during a long stream.
Never under.
Okay, well, we know audio's working. We're about 3 hours in, so let's go ahead and get going with bag 7. And let's bring our instructions back up. So it looks like our bag 7 character is the man from Paradisa. Let's start by putting our little ball together. All right. We have our next little Spiderverse packet here. There shouldn't be any duplicates because I scanned these. So far we haven't hit duplicates, and we're not supposed to. Oh, this is one of the cool ones here. I'm putting them in the wrong half. Let's see. Does the top go on? That's a big bulky molded headpiece on this one. Yep, it closes up. So here's this ball represents the halfway point in our Spiderverse collection. We have now put 6 of the Spiderverse figures into the balls, which means there's 6 more that'll be going into balls later. Now let's put together the character for the actual set. This is our other Paradisa figure. This will be the man figure from Paradisa. He's got a nice classic vintage style, or I should say retro style mustache that you see all the guys wear in the 80s and the 90s. It looks like he's holding an ice cream, and let me see, what's that other bit he's holding? I'm not sure what this little clear piece is meant to be. Is this one of the Paradisa wine glass pieces, maybe? Martini glass? I'm not sure. Paradisa was a beach town, so they did do things like martini glasses. And he has a little ice cream. Let me put that together real quick. It looks like his ice cream flavor of choice is strawberry. Either that or raspberry sherbet. So here's Paradisa. Here's the Paradisa man with his drink glass and his ice cream. And with that, we can go on with the build. So we're building an extension of the central column here. And now we go into assembly time. There's a lot of interesting build techniques with this set um, to make everything work together. We still don't have the full picture of how it all works together, but seeing these little bits and pieces and how they come together, it's it's gonna make for a really fun payoff, I think, at the end. As long as we put everything in correctly the first time, so that everything works once we have the magic coin. Now, when we get, I'm gonna be starting to get some really, really big sets once in a while. Once we get into those sets like that, once we get past like the 1,500, 1,600 pieces, we'll have to do multi-part streams for some of those sets. It'll be interesting once we start hitting that point because there will be a few sets like that. Okay. Okay, and then these go here. One more of those curved pieces. So we just made this platform here. It looks like this whole section is going to attach inside the machine. So this is going to be the floor on which the balls will rest. And there's a little hole in the floor. So once the central axle turns to align the hole in this platform with the entrance of the ramp, it will allow a ball to drop through. And let me see here, because I'm a little bit out of alignment and the whole mechanism's locked up now. Can I brute force it to trick it into thinking there's a coin going through? I got it to turn a little bit just there. Alright. So let's see. The little black bit isn't too far out of alignment from where it's supposed to be, I don't think. I'm gonna play with this until I find an orientation where it lets me drop, and then hope for the best. Okay, let me put it in. Hopefully it's oriented close enough. And now we need to build another little assembly here. So it looks like we're building more parts of the internal drop sequence. Interesting. Some more slopey bits. This may help to control drop speed, is my guess here. Okay, so it looks like we're building another layer of basing here with a big drop hole. That's cool. This drop hole is shaped like a heart. Let me go ahead and finish building it up first. Okay. Sorry, I ran out of stuff to talk about again. But I keep hearing a weird noise um, that just started up a few minutes ago. It's possible that the mouse we had a few months ago might be back. Now we're starting to get into the cooler months again. We're trying to prevent that from happening, so we'll see how the next few days play out. But I haven't heard it all day, and now all of a sudden I'm hearing something behind me, so it might be back. I hope not. I hope it's just some non-animal noise that I'm hearing. Maybe the fan blowing something, because I have the fan up at max today, because I've been overheating a lot the past week. Okay, this is the section we just made, and you can see the hole is shaped like a heart. Okay, I'm trying to see what's going on here. Oh, we're starting to tile off the front here. So you see all these studs on the front? The next time you see these, they're going to be covered over because it's time to do the frontal design here. So bear with me. I know I know that the part I'm working on is turned away from the camera, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing. I want to make sure the tile work's done on the front before I turn it back to show you. Yeah, I still have a bit more to go here, it looks like. Okay, so we have our coin, and which means we can actually test the central column and make sure we assembled everything correctly. Yay! Bag 8 is going to give us 2 more of our characters. So we got to be ready for with 2 more of the Spider-Verse bits. But before we get there, we need to use this coin and test the mechanism. And then we got to put the coin someplace safe because I don't lose it. So I don't lose it because they only give you 1. But here's our magic coin that's supposed to make this whole thing work. And you can see we tiled off the front here and we attached a dial. So as you can see, if I try and turn the dial, it doesn't do anything. It won't let me turn. But if I drop the coin into the slot and push, it will let me turn the dial. And then it ejects the coin, which I just dropped. So I need to find that coin because otherwise they only give you 1. So if I don't find that coin, we pretty much just ruined the whole set. It went this way. It probably went behind the side table or went under the side table. In which case it's going to be really hard to get to. Well, it didn't go under the side table. So let me push the side table back into position. Oh, I see where the coin dropped. Let me finish fixing the side table and then we'll get back on and we'll do one more test, but with this time with me putting my hand under the coin slot. Alright, that should be good. Let's get everything back into position. Alright, that's something I'm going to have to be careful of as we proceed. There, we can get a little more clearance and make a little more space. We'll adjust the table if we need to make more room, if we run out of space at the other end. Okay. It's not perfect, but we got too many figures this set, so. Again, and this time my hand is cupped under the coin slot. So we push that in. And then with the coin there, I can turn, the coin drops, and the platform turns, and the opening goes over where the ramp, and before resetting over here on this side. But what's to stop something from falling through on this side, though, is the question. Alright, let's grab 3 balls, because we don't have a casing for the balls yet. Okay, so the hole is big enough to allow one to drop through. So if you have a coin, if you have a ball that's inside where it's dropped through here, I don't need these balls for this demonstration. You can see here, and this is actually one of the empties, but you can see this ball here, it went through the hole in the floor here. So now with the coin pressed in, I can turn it, and it actually pushes the ball onto the ramp. The coin drops, and once it reaches the stopping position, the ball has rolled down the front. Again, we'll do that one more time. That coin just likes going to the floor, doesn't it? But here, yeah, don't ask me to explain how it works and how the stopper knows there's a coin there, but so yeah, you can see the ball sitting in there by the floor. And because of the positioning of this little internal floor, only one ball is going to be on this middle layer at a time. And that's the ball that's about to be pushed onto the ramp and dispensed. So it drops into the ramp, comes out, and then you finish turning, and the coin drops out the side. And the mechanism resets and locks up. So I'm going to put the coin here where I'm not going to lose it. And we're not going to test it at every stage, obviously. But now that we have the working mechanism, the main functionality of the set, we've hit a major milestone with today's build. We have the main part of the mechanism works. The rest of this is just building up the casing. We have to finish walling off the sides here and then building the main storage tower here. So let's go into bag 8. And bag 8, like I said, has 2 more characters. So we need to pull 2 more. We have to pull 2 more of our Spiderverse packets here. I knew going in today was going to be a long one. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark and we still have a lot of building to go. And even when we're done building, we're not done because then we have to do all the Spiderverse characters. Okay, let's begin by prepping the two balls. Let's find our 4 little axle pieces first. So yeah, I have no doubt they're going to use these as Pokeballs when they start the Pokemon theme next year. The first 3 sets they're releasing in the Pokemon theme are statue sets and probably won't involve these. But when they release the play sets over the summer, from what I've been hearing, then we'll probably see Pokeballs like this. Okay, let's get into our Spiderverse packets here. Set that aside. Oh. I put the axles in, oh well, for the other ball, we'll still do it the way I usually do it. Okay, why aren't we closing all the way? There we go. So here's another ball ready. And let's open up this packet. And then we have 2 more minifigures from this set to build. But at this point, we've pretty much seen everything. This is another one with one of these packets here. So let me see, is this something that I'll be able to put into the ball? Yeah, it's just a tiny little cape piece. I should have no problem getting that into the ball. Wow, this one's got a lot of little pieces. Let's see if I can get the top on with everything going. Yep. Although the cape is poking out a little bit, let's open it just enough that I can push that little bit of the cape inside. Yep, nothing's sticking out now. We want nothing sticking out because then it might make it not unsmooth and might jam up the rolling mechanism. I'm not taking chances. So there's that ball ready to go. Okay, character time. So we're going to build our second Griffin Knight first. Our first character in this bag is the second Griffin Knight. This is the one with basic unmarked chainmail. Confident face or upset face? Let's do the confident happy face. Because there's no actual fighting going on in today's stream, so the Knights you've seen the Griffin Knight before, so I'm just going, and this one is a female face technically. I'm just gonna give her all the accessories. This one has a short sword. One moment. I'm trying to see. Yeah, it's the same sword that the other knight has. So the only difference between the 2 Griffin Knights is the face. One has a male face and one has a female face. And of course we get another one of the shield pieces. And there's our second Griffin Knight. ready to go. And of course, we got a second figure in this bag who's going to be our second turquoise spaceman. And for his accessories, he gets a white coffee mug and a donut. Coffee mugs are one of the Lego memes, so it's kind of cool they gave it to the spaceman here. So here's our second turquoise spaceman. So there's 4 characters left in the set after this. Meanwhile, let's get building. We're starting with a 3 times build here. So I'm guessing this will be the walls for the base here. You know how we do 3 times here on the channel? We do a whole page at a time, every copy. So we're going to have 3 builds going on simultaneously right now. It looks like this is going to be kind of a massive, big assembly we're doing here. Looks like these are going to be the wall panels for the bottom sides of the unit. And we're now at the 4-hour mark of stream. Yeah. Sorry I'm not talking much again. I'm focusing right now. So when we load up the machine to play it at the end, we're not going to put in the empty balls. But at the end of the evening, after we've completed the Spiderverse figures, we're going to put all the empty balls back into the machine just so that, just to store them. So this is a very repetitive step. We're doing a lot of this. This page is going to involve a lot of tiles, 3 times. It's almost like when we're doing the frame of the Mona Lisa, but you'll see how quickly it actually goes. This is just a very repetitive step, but it's getting done. I need to do one more of those, and then we can turn the page and see what the next bit of this little build is. So yeah, this bag's going together pretty quickly, which is a good thing. It's just a repetitive bag, but at least repetitive means it goes together relatively quickly. And actually, this is the last page of this assembly, so this is what this little section looks like. Definitely a wall unit for the base of the machine. I just got to finish edging off these last two. So yeah, this bag is just these 3 wall sections. And we'll be moving on to bag 9 very shortly. Alright, there's the second one, and I just need to finish this last one. I have a feeling things are going to speed up now, now that we're just doing surface details on the rest of the machine. Yeah. This parts pile ran out of pieces. So yeah, this parts pile is just these three wall sections here. Ah, spare little donut piece. It looks like these all go on around the sides here. So these line up with the corners. Interesting, there's only 4 studs holding each of these panels in place. Still, the connection feels pretty strong. So now the base of the unit is closed off. Bag 9 is just one character, and he's going to be our regular pirate. So we need one of the Spiderverse packets. Okay, let's get the Spiderverse figure into the ball here. This one comes with a spider cat. I'm not sure if I'll be able to fit the cat in to the ball here. The cat is smaller than the horse, but yeah, I'm going to err on the side of caution and set our little cat aside with the guitar and the horse. Now, some of the Spider-Verse figures do what D&D did, where there's 2 different choices of head. D&D did that so that some of the humanoid characters and their humanoid races, you could choose to have them be male or female. The Spider-Verse figures do the 2 heads thing, so you can choose to have them either showing who they are underneath or have them wearing the spider mask. So you can choose to show the human face or the spider mask face. Another ball's ready to go. Let's get the open packet out of here and begin, or I should say continue building. So we're going to start this with a pirate. And our pirate figure here, he's just going to get a cutlass or saber, however you want to call it. Red pants, red pants. And he gets a little bandana piece. A lot of the pirates figures back in the day got these bandanas. It was a classic look. And we need to give him his sword, and then we'll be able to continue building. So the base is pretty much done. There's some unfinished sections around the front, that still have showing internal stuff. Well, not really internal stuff, but mismatched colors and stuff. So here's our classic pirate. This is the second figure we have representing the old pirate theme. We had the Armada side of the theme represented earlier. And this is the actual pirate. Let's pull this table over a bit to make room for one more on that end. Alright, so it looks like there's going to be 3 more figures we need to make room for. We'll worry about that as they come up. So now we're making another panel, it looks like. And you know what? You can see this from the front for now, since I'm not actively building on it yet. Or currently, I should say. This thing is definitely heavy. Like, very heavy. I have a feeling the last couple bags are going to go a bit quicker than, or they're going to pace a bit quicker than what we've been doing so far. Alright, here's some... I need to have this facing me right now because it looks like we're doing some stuff for the front end of this. Oh yeah, here's why I didn't have us do a 2x. Because the coin slot. Is this going to create a catch for the coin, maybe? Oh, it would be so cool if this, it would be so cool if this assembly, or this, the front of the structure, had a tray to receive the coin. Because then I don't have to put my hand there every time I use it. Alright, where's the other tile? Oh, right. We only get the one for this one. I need to be paying more attention, obviously. And now we have a little bit of assembly, and I think this is a catch for the coin. Yeah, this is a little catching tray for the coin that we're going to be attaching to the paneling for this side here. So now I attach that, press that into place. You can see the little coin catch here. We're going to take our little coin again. We're going to insert it and turn. Well, we have to push it down first. I really don't know how the mechanism works, but it jammed up a little bit there, but it came through. And now it's stopping again. And yeah, let me do that. Let me do that one more time. It didn't jam up that time. So yeah, the coins, the little coin tray stops the coin from falling off the table. So yeah, that's good. That's good. That's there. And with that, pretty much all the internal mechanisms are set, and we just have to do some more of the structural casing here. Do I have a broken piece? Oh, looks normal. I'm not sure why the connection is so loose on this piece. But maybe there'll be something to hold that into place later. Yeah. I have a piece with a loose stud for some reason. Or I should say loose anti-stud, because I just tried swapping the pieces. Alright, that'll hold that time. It's still floppy on the one anti-stud, but the other anti-stud is working correctly, so that'll hold it into place. Yeah, this bag's going together quickly as well. I think it's going to be pretty smooth sailing from here on out in terms of easy and efficient builds. We got through all the complicated stuff, and now we're just finishing up the structure. We have the main storage container, which is a highly non-technical part, and then the top section, which is removable so you can get inside and drop the balls in. I have some more loose anti-studs going on. I'm not sure why. It's holding those pieces just fine though. But for some reason. Okay, this one connected pretty okay. I think we're good to go. Ah, 8 of these little pieces. This will be a slightly repetitive bit, but not too bad. Okay, so it shows the blue locking into that corner here. So press this all in. And this is the next layer of the outer casing. Yeah, that's really heavy. Not sure what's up with all these little clip pieces, but okay. There is easy alignment for these though, because these go on jumpers. So there is no guesswork on where they're meant to go. And another little extension for the central column here. And 2 big bar pieces. Okay. Okay, so this is some sloping to help the balls stay closer to the center, it looks like. Okay. One more on that side, and then I have another side I have to put these on. These go all the way right up to the corner. Let's make sure I'm actually clipping these to the bar and not just slipping them into the gaps. Okay. Wow, this is a piece that's all right. Let me make sure I got everything lining up correctly, because I don't think there's supposed to be any gaps in there. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's any gaps. It's a little rough when it gets to the triangle, but should be okay. Bag 10 is going to have 2 more characters. Which means I need 2 more of the Spiderverse packets. So far, so good. We still don't have any dupes. Bag 10. And bag 10 is also going to use the big clear pieces from the paper packets. So it looks like our bag 10 figures are going to be the second Fabuland character, the one who has the elephant head. Oh, I forgot to mention the first Fabuland character we did had a bear head, and this one has an elephant head. And we're also going to get the second of the gold spacemen, which means we're going to have one figure left, one character left in the final bag here. Let's get our little balls ready. So bag 10 is not a very substantial parts pile. Well, even when we add the big panel pieces to it, it's still not that much going on here. Because that's only 8 pieces total that we're adding to the pile. Okay, we have our balls. Well, ball halves. Let's go ahead and get our Spiderverse figures. And actually, I had said there's 28 characters tonight, but if you count the horse and the cat, there's actually 29 or 30. And this set has a little baby in it. It has one of the little baby pieces. So we're actually 16 plus 12 is 28. So if you count the horse and the cat and the parrot and the baby, that's 32. But I know that there's a spot loose spider. So if you count the animal bits and the extras, there's actually 34 characters tonight if you count all the animals and extra little side character, accessory characters. So here's this ball ready to go, and this is the ball that contains the little spider baby in it. Now let's open up this other Spiderverse packet. And after this packet, there's only one. After this packet, there's only one Spiderverse packet left to open, and this one has a cape on a little plastic sheet. Interesting. So this is a plasticky cape. Let me get his parts into the ball, and then I'll see what I can do with the cape. Oh, and he has a little side character as well. He has a little hologram friend. Let's see, can I line up the cape along the inside of the ball like I did with the other capes? Yeah, sort of. The question is, can I close the ball with the cape sitting there on along the edge of it? Yeah, ball closed, everything inside. So here's our second to last Spiderverse pod. And we are ready to put together the 2 minifigures from this bag, starting with our Fabuland elephant person. And the rumor is that the January CMF is going to be animal costume people. So that's going to be really cool to get. And you've seen a Fabuland before, so this one gets a yellow coffee cup as her accessory. And yes, that is a female face in there, so yeah, I said that correctly. So here's our Fabuland elephant. So Fabuland and Paradisa were interesting choices to round out the vintage, the collection of vintage themes here. And we have our second gold spaceman. So this will be our fourth and final astronaut for tonight. And he just gets a little communication radio. This is one of the classic pieces from Old Space. So here's our gold astronaut. And we'll put him in the field of characters. And we can continue with the build. It's time. We need the clear panels. We need all the clear panels from these plastic bags. Or, I mean, the paper bags. And let's make room for one more character. That's just as necessary. Okay. There should be room for one more little character on the end there. So we have a nice assortment of different characters here going for the set. So now we're building up the outside shell for the main unit here. These big clear panel pieces. And yeah, this is going to be taller than the camera field allows. So at the end I may pull back and just hold it up so you can see the whole thing. But at this point it's just going to be these clear bits and then the top. So yeah, this is another bag that's going to go up pretty quickly. Right now it's having me put in a layer of plates around the first layer of big clear panel pieces. And I just know that these bits are going to fingerprint easily. But that's not something we can worry about tonight. The action is no longer visible on camera because the set is too tall now. Sorry about that. There's nothing I can do about it right now. If I move it to the back table, it's going to go even higher due to perspective. So, there's really nothing I can do about it at this point. Even if I pushed it forward to regain a little bit at the top now, once I put the next layer of these big panels on, that's it. It'll go off the top of the screen and I won't be able to salvage the top of the view at that point. So, there's really nothing I can do about it at this point. This is bag 10. So I think what we're going to do is after this bag, we're going to do one more little stretching break, and then we'll come back in the final set. In the final section, we'll build bag 11, which will be the top of the vending machine that goes on top of these panels. And when we'll do bag 11 and the Spiderverse figures when we come back from break. I do see a little scratch on one of these panels. It's not a big deal though. And it certainly won't come up on camera even if I could show it. Because at this point we are now officially taller than the camera view. And there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Yeah, it's a little bit different, so I need to... Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing anymore. That's kind of sad, but... So yeah, we're gonna break after this bag. And now we have to do an assembly. And it looks like this assembly is going to be the central pushing tower that will mix up the balls inside the unit. Okay. So we do have a little bit more Technic to go here. But the parts pile isn't too substantial. This is nothing compared with the other big assembly we had. I mean, that was the main operational mechanism of the whole model, and this is just a central extension. I'm not even sure how necessary this assembly even is, but it's part of the model, so we're just gonna do this the best we can. we're going to take a little break after this section here. Interesting. It has us attempting to push a stopper in mid-build. Alright, let's try it this way. I know how I'm going to do this. I know how I'm going to get the stopper on. I'm just going to take off. Now that we have this side put together, I'm going to take off this original Technic piece. And I'll put this in here. And then I will reconstitute the original Technic piece. And I will, with the stopper now in place there, I can now do this as intended. And now this piece is assembled as intended. And this section is doing the same thing. So I'll put it together, but I'm not going to put the top bit on. Instead, I'm going to put the top bit on through the axle and then put the little spacer on it and then put the two little sections together. Okay, and then we get this other big piece going in that, like that. And now I have to look into the top here and see how everything lines up. It's supposed to go in like that, just like that. All right. And so now you can see the central tower here. So if we drop our little coin in, you can see the central tower turn as I turn the coin. And then it locks, and I take the coin out so we don't lose it. So now I just gotta finish building up the last few pieces here. Which is gonna looks like it's gonna create an upper bound for the central pillar there across the top of the structure here. So yeah, there's a lot of mechanism inside, and even though we built it all up, I still couldn't tell you how it all works. There was some pretty complex stuff going on in here. So that will secure and lock in the central pillar. So we're almost at the 5-hour mark of stream. We're gonna have one more numbered bag to go after the break, and one more numbered bag, and of course all the Spiderverse figures. So yeah, this step is going to represent the end of the bag, and then the next bag is going to give us our final character for the actual set here. But before I go on break, I'm just going to pull back a bit and attempt to show you what all we've done here. Because this whole bag, almost this whole bag, was above the camera limits. So the top of the machine is now pretty well tiled off here. And you can see here the top, and if I, how can I do this? I really can't do this effectively, sorry. But you can see kind of how tall it's getting now. I really can't get the top of this onto camera effectively, not without pulling out the whole table, but carefully now. This whole thing is done. It just needs the cover on top. And since we're about to go on break, I'm going to turn the instructions off real quick. But yeah, this is what we got so far. It's heavy too. So yeah, pretty much all the mechanisms are done. All we have left to build is the cover. So let me pull this back into the screen. And we will go on our figures. Got a little crooked, but they don't have to be perfect, but I want them to look good, you know? Alright, good enough. We're going to go on a quick break. This should be our last break of the stream. During break, we're going to hit the 5-hour mark. We should be done. Well, the Spider-Verse figures are going to take us a little bit of time. We should be done close to the 6-hour mark. It's going to be midnight by the time we go into the last section. So we'll see you in a few minutes and we'll wrap this whole thing up. But first, give yourselves one more little stretching break. Get yourself a drink, because I know I need a drink. And we'll come back and we'll finish this thing. Alright, I'm back from break. That was our final break.
Alright, I'm back from break.
Audio's working good. I turned it back on. We're good to go. Let's bring the instructions back up. We're going into bag 11 now. We're going to let this go behind the instructions a bit because you need to be able to see the build action going on this table right now. Because this is going to be the assembly for the top section that's going to go over top of it. So bag 11 contains our final character, which means we also need to pull out the final Spiderverse packet. This is the last one. And I was paying attention as I was going through and opening the other packets. I think this one is the main character for the Spiderverse series, because I haven't seen him come up yet. So it's kind of fitting and funny if the main character is in fact the last one. He's probably not the last. He's probably not the first or last one we're going to see tonight, because the balls are going to get mixed up. They're not going to come out of the machine in any particular order, and he'll probably end up being revealed somewhere in the middle. But I know from the pieces, at least coming out of the packet, he's the last one tonight. Unless, of course, the scanner was wrong and we end up with a duplicate. So, you know the procedure by now. I got to put the two little axle bits into the bottom half of the ball here, and then we can put all the minifigure pieces. And this is also the last minifigure of the actual set. It's going to be the second Lego designer. Kind of interesting. Bag 1 started with the character being the fan designer who made the original idea submission. And then the second, and then the last bag contains the other Lego designer themed minifigure who represents the idea's design team, who actually took the idea and made it into a proper set. There's the other axle piece, was hiding under that plate. So let's get this final Spiderverse packet opened. So yeah, if you count all the animals and accessory characters, there's actually 34 characters. There's 28 actual minifigures, and then there's some animals and accessory characters. Yeah, here's the main guy, and he comes with a little spider as well. The spider that bit him and gave him his powers, I think, is how the story goes. And like everyone else, or like many of the other characters, he has two choices of head. Can the spider fit inside? Yeah, the spider fits inside the ball. And the spider gives us a little bit of our first little taste of spooky season as well. But obviously you can't see the spider yet, but it's inside this ball here. The final ball for the inside of the, and also this packet, the Spiderverse packet, represents the last piece of trash being put aside for the night. The box is now full of all the open bags and CMF packets. So let's get this character put together. So this is a new minifigure design, so I will... Okay, that's interesting. So we have a choice between serious face and smiley face. We definitely want to go smiley face for this final designer character. And let's get the hair on. Oh, that's cool. Alright, yeah. So this is our Lego Ideas designer. you can see the Ideas logo printed on the shirt. But if you turn this around, the Lego Ideas logo is printed even bigger on the back of the shirt there. Again, I can't get it to focus for some reason. This camera doesn't like to focus. But there's kind of a little smiley shape on top of the trapezoid there, and then that little bit in the bottom is supposed to be text that says Lego Ideas in small print. But the camera's not focusing. But here she is on the front again. You can see her face. Nice little hairpiece there. And she has a couple accessories here. Oh, I see. So the one accessory is this roller skate piece, which probably represents a miniature car. And then the other accessory is going to be, let me put this together real quick. It's going to be a small build here representing a house. So yeah, as a member of the Lego design team, she gets to actually work with the models. So here's the little house build that she'll be holding. Very simple, just four little pieces there. But we'll put it in her hand. And now you can see her holding two miniature models there. The blue car in one hand and the little house in the other hand. And she can go on the end here. It just barely fits into the spread there. Now let's go on. We're building the top. And I'll be doing it on this table because obviously this is the big machine is in the way at this point. The parts pile is not very substantial. We'll be done with this pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to actually start playing with the machine and looking at the Spiderverse characters, which I know you've been waiting for all night. These characters are cool, but we still got a lot more characters to go, so. Okay. Okay, we got to do 4 of these. So I'm just going to build all 4 of them. And then we're going to put them all on. That way I can focus on getting these. I think it'll be faster to just build all 4 of these little bits and then put them on. So we're building 4 of these corner sections here. Okay, now we can start putting these corner sections on. Oh yeah, this bag is going together very quickly, which is a good thing. But I just put that piece down with one stud over too far. We do have the separator ready to go. We'll need that to crack open the balls as we drop the Spiderverse characters. Yeah, this bag's already almost done. Depending on how long it takes us to get through the Spider-Verse characters, we could beat the 6-hour mark. We're only at 5 hours 15 minutes now, so I thought bag 11 was going to take us a little bit longer, but we're pretty much there already. So we're just going to wrap this up real quick, get these last little corner bits on. It looks like there's a couple. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. So this is the top section we just built, and this will rest on top like this. But I'm actually going to leave it off for a minute. Let's get these two bits out of here. And look, it gave us an extra little coin as a bonus. So we actually have one spare coin. So now we have 2 coins. I wasn't expecting a second coin because it only gave us the one at first. And this shows you how you put all the balls inside and then put the top on it. But yeah, there's some nice idea sets going on there. Alright, I'm going to turn the instructions off. And let's get ready to do this thing. So, I'm going to do what I did before. Not yet. We're going to come in here and I'm going to drop our character balls in. At the end, I'm going to put all the empty balls back together and put them in the machine just to store the balls. And then this little box I've had in the back to hold the balls, I'm going to put all the figures and the coins in there to store them temporarily. So now you can see we have some character balls inside the machine. And I'm going to temporarily push the table out of the way just so I can show you what it all looks like loaded up here. And I've set a... This isn't all the balls in here. Right now, I've set aside the 4 empty balls. But at the end, after we do the Spiderverse figures and we put all the empty balls back in here, I'll show you what it looks like when fully loaded all the way up. You can see, so you can see there's a lot of storage space. You can get more of these balls and make some more minifigure capsules if you want to really customize this thing. You can go to Bricklink, get the parts for some more of these balls, and really fill this up. You can really, I'm eyeballing it. You can probably add about 6 or 8 more balls in here if you wanted to, on top of the other 4 that aren't in here right now. And of course, that's what it looks like with the top on. It just comes off like that. There's no stud attachment for the top or anything. It just sits on that little section we put up before at the end of the last bag. So that's how you do that. You slip the balls in. They're ready to go. Now let me pull this back. And actually, for purposes of Spider-Verse, I'm going to line them up on the table behind here. And I think what I'm going to do, I kind of want to show off this being operated. Let me create a Spider-Verse staging area back here so I can work on the figures. And we'll line them up in front of the machine, or we'll line them up on the sides of the machine, I guess, and in front. And this just shows me how to create 3 of the more complex characters here. So I have that ready to go. We'll put the balls back in the box. And let me get the loose bits for the Spider-Verse onto here. I can confirm we had no duplicates, which is good. It means the scanner was scanned properly. 5 hours 20, we could beat the 6-hour mark. Right now I'm bringing in the little bits we set aside, the horse, cat, guitar, and the stand pieces. And actually, let me see, is there something I can use to hold down? Yeah, that's not going to go anywhere if I use one of the stand pieces. But I can also hold it down here using the extra coin. So the stands are ready to go. I need to pull over the guitar, cat, and the horse. They're ready to go when we get to those figures. And now I'm going to take the coin and we're going to drop it in the slot and we're going to begin playing the machine. And we're going to start looking at the Spider-Verse characters now. Oh, we gotta... I still can't figure out how the Technic knows if there's a coin there or not. But it does. And you can see it dropped out our figure. But I just accidentally pushed it back. So it looks like... Oh, we got a cool one first. I'm going to have to come back. And I need the brick separator to open up the ball. You just slide it in between the halves like this, and then you're going to be able to pull it off. But we got a cool one to start, it looks like. Of course, it had a piece had to go rolling onto the floor. Exploding onto the floor is more like it as I open this up. But as I open each one up and dump out the parts, I'm going to put them back into, I'm going to reclose up the balls and put them back into the box for later. So first, we got Peter Parker in pajamas with baby Mayday, or Spider Baby, as I'm going to call her. But before I put the baby carrier on, you can see he has his Spider-Man suit under his pajamas. You just won't be able to see that once I have the baby carrier on him. So yeah, the baby carrier goes on, and then his head. Smiley face or concerned face? Oh, baby care can be difficult, but we're going to give him the smiley face. Baby care can also be really happy, so we'll give him the smiley face. And then he gets his hairpiece. And now I just got to put the little spider mask baby head onto the... and it's a plain body. It's just the head that's really cool. So I'll put little spider baby into the carrier. And then I will show you the figure as a whole. And you can see the baby's wearing a little spider mask there. Cute little figure for the first one. Let's put it on the stand and see who's next. And I'm just going to scatter them around the front of the machine. The main thing is I need to be able to get to the mechanism here. So we'll push the coin into the slot and go again. So this one, okay, this is the one that uses this. Okay, this is the first ball that we made. I think, yeah. This is the one that comes with the spider horse. He's got a little, so this is the cowboy spider. He's got a little spider themed poncho going on. So this cowboy themed Spider-Man is called Web Slinger. And he has a lasso and a cowboy hat. Oh, I skipped a piece. He's also got a little bandana over his mouth. Another cowboy cliche. Let me make sure I get him all the way put together. So he's got this nice little spider poncho, cowboy outfit. He's got a lasso, and of course he's got a little spider horse. Let me get him going here. And he gets this little cowboy hat. And I'm going to go ahead and put him on the stand to show him off so that I can get his horse out as well. So here is Web Slinger, the spider cowboy. And you can see his little spider horse. It's actually the pony piece, not the horse piece. But the CMF packets are too small to have the full-sized horse. So he can't ride him or anything, but when the horse grows up, he'll be able to ride him. And you can see he's a cowboy. He's got the Let's see, you can see the spider webbing on the poncho there, and his lasso is his weapon of choice there. So that's Web Slinger. Let's reach over here and see who's next. Okay. Okay, all the pieces are out. So let's get this ball into our little collection of empty balls. And let's start putting this character together. And this is just a standard cape. Okay, so this is one of the characters who's going to have... I dropped... What dropped here? My coin. The spare coin. Not the coin where... And that one had to roll all the way across the room. I was just done picking up one, and another piece decided to fall as I was putting that one right onto the back onto the table. So this is going to be Prowler, so that's kind of a neck cape. So he has an accessory he can't actually hold. Interesting. But how does this go? So what I'm going to do for the ones that have two heads is I'm going to show you... I'm going to have to show you twice, I guess. Which hairpiece goes with which head? Yeah, alright. Alright, that's just a mask. So, I'm trying to make sure I do this correctly. I'll use the separator to hold this down. So he actually has... Not... This isn't a cape, it's a collar. So I'm going to show you the human head first. And he's darker skinned, so you may not be able to see his face because the camera doesn't like to focus. And we'll also go ahead and give him his claws. This claw is being stubborn. There it goes. Let's... So this is called Prowler, and this is what he looks like with his human head. But now I'm going to swap the head and put on his put on the mask head. And actually this one is just a mask piece that goes over the head, so I need to actually swap it out all the way. And just so the hair is set aside. And he also came with his record, but he can't hold the record because of his claw bits. So the record and the hair piece I'm going to have to set aside, and we'll get him a stand. And here's what Prowler looks like with his mask on. And you can see those big giant claw hands. Yeah, he's a cool look too. They're all cool looks. Alright, let's take our coin and go in for our next character. Oh, why am I taking that out? It's the ball we need. Okay, this is a fun one. They're all fun ones. But this one I like because of the color scheme. I've been waiting for this one to I've been wanting this one since I saw it. So let's take our little empty ball, set it aside. And okay. This one has transparent legs and arms because this one represents a hologram character. And it looks like, yeah, that's a transparent book cover piece, but it's gonna be hard to show. This one I do want to display with the human head, so I'm gonna start by putting the mask head on first. Scared face or smiley face, we'll go smiley face. There's no conflict happening today. And I'm not going to put the, I'm going to wait and try and show you the circuit board later. So this character is called Spiderbite, and this is what she looks like with the mask. She's a hologram spider person. Now we're going to take the mask off and give her the hair, and we're going to give her the little holographic circuit board thing, which does have a spider printed on it. And we're going to give her a stand. And we're going to set the mask aside. And let's see, can we get on the, you can kind of see the spider on that little hologram. Again, the camera's not focusing too well. That's what she looks like with the hair. And I'm going to start some characters up on this side. Now, let's keep going. We got 8 more characters to go. This is probably the easiest to put together character in the whole set, because this character came with no accessories and nothing to swap. So let me just put this together real quick. And actually, this character is very fitting for spooky season, where this is my first October stream, and so it's cool to have a character like this for tonight. This is the werewolf Spider-Man. He came with no accessories, but you can see he's basically a spider suit all torn up. He'd go nicely with the whole Marvel Zombies thing that they've been starting up recently, probably. He does have the tailpiece. You can see back there. And really not much else to say about this guy without accessories. So, let's grab our coin And the next figure we pull out is going to be the halfway point of looking at the Spider-Verse characters. Okay, this is another one with two heads. So this is another one I'm going to have to show twice. Coffee mug. So this is the one, I think. Let me just be sure about that. Yeah, we're going to show his human head first, and then we're going to give him the spider head. I think. Is that how I want to do it for this guy? Where is he on the spread here? I'm just looking at the little paper sheet. Yeah, he gets the hair piece even with the mask. But, so he has a smiley face and a serious face. Theme of the day, we're going smileys, but yeah, I want to have him have his mask for. Okay, and he gets his little cup of tea. And this is also the one that comes with the cat, but we'll put the cat on when we do the stand. So this is Spider-Man India. You can see he has a cup of tea there. And the camera's not focusing on his face as I expected, but Spider-Man India. So now we're gonna swap the head. And this is one of only a few Spider-Mans that actually uses the hair even in mask mode. We'll get him on the stand. And we'll add the Spider Cat. Actually, let me move the teacup to his other hand so you can see Spider Cat better. Because otherwise the teacup is blocking Spider Cat. So here's Spider-Man India with his mask and with the Spider Cat. And now we have 6 characters left to go. So let's grab our coin and see who's next. And as you can see, there's not a lot of balls left in the machine, or it doesn't look like it. Of course, they are loading into the loading area. Why did I pull the coin again? I want the ball, not the coin. Okay, this is another one with 2 heads. And this one has wild hair going on. And this is the one that gets the guitar, which means I'm no longer holding on to accessories, just bases. So do I want to display this one? I think for most of them, I want to display them spider face. Makes sense given this is the Spider-Verse set. But Spider Bite, you'll recall, I did using using the regular head. So I guess it's open to interpretation, but this is one I'll show you the figure pure first. Really confident smile or the serious face. It's kind of a smirky, kind of confident, uh, arrogant smile going on with this character. But he's dark skinned again, so the camera might not pick that up. Let's get the hairpiece on. He's got really wild hair. So this is Spider-Punk. I have the human face on, but the camera's not really picking that up, and you can see how wild his hair is. And yeah, he's got the whole black leather jacket rock star thing going on there. I will take the head off. He actually has a different hair that goes with his spider mask. So yeah, we're going to put the spider head on, and he actually gets a mohawk in mask mode. And he is the one who gets the guitar that we set aside earlier. So we're no longer holding on to any of the extra accessories. So here is Spider-Punk with his mask on. You can see his little mohawk going on, and he's got the guitar. So this is Spider-Punk ready to rock. All right. I did it again. This time I didn't get all the way to the other table first. 4 more after this one. All right, what have I got going on here? Okay, this is, I think, this one doesn't have an interchangeable head, but this one has so much other stuff going on with it that it doesn't really need any extra features like that. It's got so yeah. Let me get this put together. Wow, this one's really unique in design. This one's pretty cool. There's going to be 4 more characters after this one, but this one's pretty cool. So this one here is called Cyborg Spider-Woman. She's got like this techno-mechanical weapon arm, and you can see this armor plating on the off shoulder there. And she's got a lot of little robot and cyborg bits going on. And again, the camera's not liking to focus, but I didn't even have the head perfectly straight against the little jaw thing going on there. And I still don't have it centered properly. But yeah, this one is pretty unique. Okay, four more. This is another one without any alternate parts. So I'm just going to put it together. Okay, so this one is actually, and oh, that's a nice print there. So this one wears a backwards baseball cap, and this character is actually part of the this character is actually part of the disability movement, and has crutches that I'm trying to get into the hands because they're a little hard to put on. Once I get this figured out, we'll get a base. We'll get a base as well. And in trying to get the crutches on, I just popped the hat off. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, but we've only got 3 characters left after this. So once I finish putting this one together, we'll have 3 more characters left to go. And if I'm not mistaken, at least 2 of them, I think, are head swappers. No, all 3 of the remaining ones are head swappers. This is the last one who doesn't have any customization. So this one's called Spider. She walks with crutches. I think it's a she. I'm not sure. I haven't watched the Spiderverse movies yet, so I don't know all these characters yet. But I think in the reviewers it was referred to as a she. But this is Sun Spider. And let's see. You can see the spider print on the back of her. Well, that's the front of her cap that she wears backwards. But you can see the spider print on the hat there. That's a pretty cool hat. I like the CMFs because they have unique and detailed pieces that are that they don't always put into. They don't always put this level of detail into the figures in the regular sets. So yeah, that's 6 I have going on this side. So the last 3 characters I'll have to put on the other side for balance there. Okay, let's see who's next. Yeah, we'll be rating out just after the 6-hour mark, I think. And we have a couple music choices to go to tonight, it looks like, even this late. We don't usually have this many choices this late at night. So, hopefully, hopefully some of those musicians actually allow raids. So yeah, this is... Okay, actually, With this one showing up now, it means the last two characters are actually going to be the main characters from Spider-Verse, I think. So, let's see here. This one has a cape. So this one only uses the hair in human face mode. So we'll do human face mode first. I don't know why this uses plastic for the cape. Oh, I know why this one uses plastic for the cape instead of fabric like the other capes. It's so that they could get that little transparent effect going. So I'll show you the human mode first. And this one, this character I think is meant to be shown with the angry face. So I'm going to do it that way, and then I'll switch him over to the mask. And the mask doesn't use hair, but he does have one accessory I'll show you when he's all put together. So yeah, this one is really cool looking. This is the human face mode of Spider-Man 2099, and he's getting some glare on him. And he's one of the tougher, darker Spider-Man characters. Or I should say, he's one of the darker Spider-Man variants. His other face is a confident smile. And I'll probably... But this is one character, I think he's meant to be angry all the time or something. I heard one of the reviewers say something to that line. But now I'm going to take his head off so I can put his mask on. And he doesn't use the hair for the mask, so... But he does have one accessory I'm going to put into his hand. He has a little holographic assistant. It's actually printed, the holographic assistant, but you won't be able to see that on camera. It's so tiny, and the camera doesn't focus well, so you won't be able to see that detail, but... Here's Spider-Man 2099 masked up. And you can see his little holographic assistant that he's holding in his hand. He's probably actually holding a communicator and the hologram comes out of that, technically. But as far as Lego pieces go, it uses a little micro figure kind of piece. And you can see his mask. So that's Spider-Man 2099. Alright, 2 characters left to go. Let's take our coin. And we'll drop it into the slot here. I'm so glad that they gave us a second coin, a spare, in the final bag. Oh, interesting. So he was the last packet we opened, and the main character is going to be the last ball we open. But this is the second most important character here in terms of the show, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And this one has mask on and mask off out options. But I'm going to show for this one the mask off option first, because this one I really like the hair piece. So I want this spider. You know what? Do we have consistency here? Mask, mask. This one doesn't have options. That one doesn't have options. That one doesn't have options. But I have the mask for that one. I have the mask for that one over on this side. Only that one's on human. No options, mask, and mask. You know what? Everyone's going to be in mask mode right now. So let me switch Spider Bite back into her mask. Yeah, everyone's going to be in mask mode for consistency here. So this one I will show human version first. Even though I really like that hairpiece. It's a blonde hairpiece with pink highlights at the end. Serious face or smiley face? Definitely smiley face. Yeah, that's a nice one. So this is Spider Gwen, I think her name is. From what the reviewer said, I think that's what the reviewer said her name is. Spider Gwen, also known as Ghost Spider. And she's like the girlfriend of the main Spider-Man character in the show. Or something like that. Friend, girlfriend, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it yet. But that's a really nice hairpiece. Now I'm going to get the ghost mask going. And get her accessory going as well. With the mask, she actually wears a hoodie. So no cool hair for this one. But it's still a very classic look for the character. And her accessory is she gets a photo of herself and Miles, the main Spider-Man in the series. So let me just get that into the hand there. The picture. Let me get the picture attached. Sometimes it's hard to attach the 2x2 tiles to the hand, but it can be done. It's just going to be kind of loose and you have to be careful with it. Or I can just have her hold it. You can also put tiles into the hand by the side as well, but then you won't be able to see it that easily. So let me. I finally got the photograph towel attached, but I had it sideways. Let's try that again. Okay. And let's get her on the base piece. We just passed the 6-hour marker stream, and we have one more character left, and then we gotta refill the machine with the empty balls for the end screen. So this is Spider Gwen or Ghost Spider with the mask on, and there's the picture of the two friends there. Of course, my camera's not focusing right now. And I just realized that I don't have it quite perfectly straight there. Better. All right, let's put her back here. And we'll take our coin and we will turn it and get this last character out. And this will be Miles Morales, the main Spider-Man for the Spiderverse series. I'm not sure what his relationship is with Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man. I know that Peter Parker is the one here in his pajamas with the baby, Mayday. But I'm not sure exactly. And of course, Miles comes with the spider that bit him and gave him his powers. So he doesn't have a hairpiece with the mask, but as we've been doing, I'll show you the human face first. Slight smile, slight frown. We're going to give him the smiley. Only $20.99 needs to be angry, because that's part of his character. Not that it matters, because we have the masks on, so you can't see what their moods are. But here's Miles Morales as Spider-Man, the main Spider-Man. Now let's swap out his head for his mask, and we will give him his base plate and his spider. This is the spider that bit him and gave him his mutant powers. I think for the spider, we want to have it. Let's see, the spider has an anti-stud. Can he hold him? Yeah, there he goes. So yeah, he can actually hold the spider in his hand. It doesn't have good contrast against his mostly dark suit though, so and it's going to be hard to see him with the way my camera doesn't focus. But there he is. Miles Morales masked up with his spider. And we can actually put him in a more central look here because he's the main character. Like that. I still want to keep the coin slot accessible. And now I can actually fold up the little paper. And so we did get one of each, no duplicates. And I'm going to take the spare coin actually and set it aside. And I'm going to take these 16 balls and drop them back into the machine. So these balls are empty. I'm just putting them in for show. So our machine is filled up again. And we can stick the top on like that. And I got heads rolling around in this box now. All right. I'm going to show off this machine one more time before we go into... It's pretty much set for the exit raid, but I want to show this off in full one more time before I raid out. We're just over the 6-hour mark and we're about to raid out. So this is the machine, full up with all the balls inside. It has all 16 balls inside. They're empty. It's just for show now. You can see the one coin in the coin slot there. And I gotta be careful I don't drop it by accident. So I gotta be careful how I angle this. But this is the machine as a whole. You can see how big it is held up against my body like this. And it's also heavy. But yeah, this was really fun seeing this come together and trying to guess how the mechanism worked. Even though ultimately we failed at it. But it's really cool how they made it so you can only activate it if you put the coin in. I still can't figure out how they did that, and we just dropped someone off the edge of the table, so let me bring everyone back into the spread here. And let me pick up the person who dropped. So yeah, 28 characters here. Uh, yeah, should I go through them again? I'm not going to do the holding up to the camera thing again, that's for sure. That'll take too long. But from the main set, we have Gold Spaceman, Fabuland Elephant, Pirate, Griffin Knight, Fabuland Bear. This is the Paradisa Woman. I think she's called, in the, Bricklin calls her the Paradisa Babe. There's Kraken Knight with the whip. Turquoise Spaceman. The Admiral's Daughter from the Armada. Rob the Fan Designer with his little mini version of the machine. Gold Spaceman. The other Griffin Knight. The other Kraken Knight. Paradisa Bro. The other turquoise astronaut spaceman. And Lego Ideas Designer. For the Spiderverse, we have Cyborg Spider-Woman, Prowler, Spider-Punk, Sun Spider, Web Slinger, Peter Parker with Baby Mayday. On this side, we have Spider-Man 2099, Spider-Wolf, Spider-Bite, Ghost Spider, Spider-Man India, and Miles Morales, the Spider-Man. So with that, we have finished. We've added a lot of characters tonight. You can see how crazy the spread is tonight. Yeah. Lots of craziness tonight. Lots of cool characters. Where was I going with that? Yeah, it's late and I'm losing focus. We'd better get a raid going. Yeah. I've totally lost focus by this point. All right. How long's he been going? We have a couple music choices. This guy I'm looking at real quick. He's usually a late night streamer. He'll probably be on for a while at this point. We just passed 1 a.m. Yeah, he's only about an hour into his stream. He'll be around for a little while. So I'm going to attempt to raid Jiggly Dad. And hope that he doesn't have raids turned off. Jiggly Dad is he's a fun show. He's a really good singer. He usually comes on late at night. And he chose his Twitch name named after the Pokemon Jigglypuff. So in a way, it's kind of like my channel, where I'm named after Eevee, who's another Pokemon. When you're playing with this set, you do need the separator, because the separator is the only way to open those balls once they come out of the machine. But I always keep a separator accessible anyway, so I'm just going to put this over here with the others for now, because we're done with the set. Actually, when I store this set, I'm going to keep the separator with it for purpose. I don't normally do that, but for purposes of opening up the balls and being able to play with them, when I set this set up for storage, I'm going to keep the separator with it. But do I want to swap it for the rare teal separator? I do have one handy. I'll have to think on that. I'll put it aside for now. But when I bag it, I'll make sure to include a separator. I might swap it for the rare teal one though. So yeah, I can't get the top onto the spread. The exit spread needs to be on my table, so we're gonna rate Jiggly Dad. Have a good night. I will see you soon. There's definitely a lot more Lego to come on the channel. And I just noticed one of the accessories went slightly across the room, so let me just make sure that it isn't forgotten. Alright. Now we're good to rate out. This was a really fun build. I did estimate about 6 hours for tonight, so considering we took 3 breaks in the middle, I think we did all right with this one. If you consider that we talked for about 15 minutes in the beginning, we came in at under 6 hours for both the minifigure machine and the CMF series afterwards. So I think we made good time tonight with our piece count. But it's 1 o'clock in the morning now after. So let's rate out. Have a good night. I'll see you for more Lego, maybe some gaming. I do want to do Halloween karaoke songs in the next week or two. And I'll be receiving, in addition to my normal, regular Lego stuff, I do have 2 special Halloween Lego streams coming up this month, in addition to all the other Lego streams. I don't have any Star Wars in the queue right now. I do have Star Wars on my wish list, but we will be looking at a lot of Lego themes as we do on this channel, so we'll see what the next few months bring. Lots of cool stuff on my wish list, lots of cool stuff coming to me. I do have my first Christmas set on back order already, so that should arrive to me. So we should be good to go for Lego on the next few months. Have a good night. Let's go raid Jiggly Dad, and I will see you soon. Oh, he has raids blocked right now. Who else can I raid? Let's see, there's 3 other musicians here. Well, technically 4 musicians, but one's not playing music tonight. And I don't like going to live gigs, so let me just see what these other musicians are doing. Oh no, that's definitely a live gig. I'm not going there. You can see how this machine towers over the other minifigures. This is probably one of the taller sets I have in terms of size. It's definitely, when fully loaded, it's pretty heavy. I'm trying to see what these other musicians are doing. Because Twitch just slowed way down for me. I'm not sure why it's not loading these other pages. I'm not having a web connection issue right now. I know because Studio isn't dropping frames right now, so whatever the issue is, it's on Twitch's end right now. I'm trying to see what these other 2 musicians are doing to see if they're doing live gigs. Because I don't like raiding into live gigs. Right now, I'm doing a little test to see if it's Twitch that's the issue or if it's the internet that's the issue. No, everything else is loading properly. So, yeah. All right, let's talk for a little bit longer because I do want to rate out, and I can't see what these other two musicians are doing if their pages aren't going to load. I'm not sure why Twitch isn't loading right now, but okay, that one's not loading. Okay, that one did load. Okay, so that one's just okay. That's a regular studio show, but 3 hours, so they're probably going to quit soon. Let me check the other channel here. It looks like Twitch is going to work now. I think. Only just over an hour. Yeah, we're going here. So we're gonna rate Jangel. We're gonna attempt to rate Jangel music. Uh, she's a really good singer. Um, don't know why Jiggly Dad doesn't like raids, but that just means we can go somewhere else. So Jangel music is going to be our raid tonight. Another typical late evening streamer, so she'll probably be around for a while, at least long enough for me to do all my post Lego cleanup stuff that I do after a Lego stream. So, we're raiding out. Have a good night. We're gonna go see Jangel music. This was probably one of the more unique and fun and different builds we've done. It's pretty cool how it all works. You know what? Let's watch the ball drop one more time. There we go. And I'll take the ball real quick and I'll just set it back inside. All right. So yeah, we're ready to go now. Have a good night, and I will see you soon.